Yo, what's up, internet? It's been a minute. So, made my truck a little. New side mirrors with indicators on them. Yo, what's up, internet? It's been a minute. So yeah, just gonna have a little fish of Euro Truck Simulator. I'll be playing quite a variety of games today, I imagine. Planning on going on the PlayStation later. It's been a while since I've been on that. Anyway, let's get it rolling. Got a new steering wheel as well. One that's curved at the bottom. Also got new lights, blue lights. Got new LED lights at the just next to the Scania sign in the middle. Yeah, so added a few more mods. Gave me more cabin accessories and truck accessories, you know, lights and stuff like that. So hopefully it doesn't make it crash. We'll see. Hopefully the game runs okay. Put the radio on. Oh, it's nice to have a wee bit of background noise.
But we've heard over the last few
Some
days
news.
they're not going to do that, despite pressure from delegates, despite pressure from unions, from Labour MPs themselves, especially in
I get to hear what's happening around the UK whilst driving the simulator, which is it's cool. So if any breaking news comes on in real life, hear about it in this simulator while I'm trucking. Quite handy that. Oh shit. The fuck did I crash into there? That's what happens when you take your eyes off the road, gentlemen.
The criticism that they've had, not just from people who are usually criticising them, but
It's alright, we're all good.
as well, has been pretty fierce. And I mean, I think it started with the kind of lack of
Continue
rolling pitch, I
straight.
would say, on winter fuel. The fact that they announced this, it was a bit of a surprise to everyone. And then
In
it
50
was
feet,
justified for some
turn
reasons.
left.
MPs went back to their
Turn left.
and a lot of
Then,
new MPs
continue
as well.
straight.
Some of these roundabouts are not easy, man.
roundabout,
Yeah.
take the second
Through
exit.
areas, they were actually giving out free bath bombs, which I actually did take a free bath from. So
Take the exit.
Declared it's a couple of bath bombs go down a drain. Aggie Chambray, Mrs. Messages as well that are coming through on text and WhatsApp messages. Streeting's message to the NHS, people in it, people working in it, and about the NHS. I think where Streeting has got it right, says Sarah, plain and simple. John says we need to get more racist nursing.
At the roundabout, take the first
To
exit.
receive substandard care. I know it's not all nurses, but all care is provided by
Take the
nurses.
exit.
I'm not sure why that should just be just to nurses who may be racist, but we all have inside the NHS, Asian nurses being treated in a racist way. Not good. I mean, it's a massive organisation. I think it's the biggest therefore, it's full of people.
Doo-doo-doo.
Continue straight.
We're coming to Inverness. 29 miles to Inverness. Getting to one of the Outer Hebrides Islands. Storoway or something like that it's called. Storoway.
This morning on Nick Ferrari at breakfast, the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. Thank you for your time. I wonder if I can take you to global affairs and take you to the issue of the Middle East. I wonder if you would respond to one premise and let you know I said last week that the action you took over the structure of some policies was quite misguided and undermined Israel. Have you spoken to the Prime Minister and let you know about that? How have you responded? Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. LBC.
EasyJet's bigger and safer is now. Up to £200 of package holidays. You can save out already at beautiful prices.
Why?
Visit EasyJet holidays for
Move out.
selected dates from the 31st to the 3rd, 26. Book by 11 p.m. the 1st of the 10th, 24. See price guarantee on minimum spend required. Cancel protected. T's and C's apply.
Hey, you. That's a 10 or 2. Ever felt that nudge that you both might need
At the
to
roundabout,
TLC?
take the second exit.
When it's time to go onto the road, eBay's got you covered. Past the headlights, find all the right parts, entering your reg.
Take the exit.
Turn if you're free. Let's go. It's emergency. eBay.co.uk for more details.
Welcome to England Coal, where inconvenience is a good
Reduces carbon emissions.
cost of it. We won't last as long.
Because we don't do preservatives or unnecessary plastic.
An inconvenience store is better for the
Join the thousands of people choosing inconvenience. Search Able & Co. and order groceries online today. Difficult tastes better. Able & Co.
You've arrived. Your dream holiday. You can buy fast to a peaceful pool with your own private sunbed. This is the life.
Bloody speeding offence. Kind of what? 3-4 miles over the limit. Fucking rip you. The rain zone. there before. It's a nice place. So, yeah, so I got another mod. Got another mod where you can actually go and lie down now. The back seat. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. You can actually see rain hitting the top of the truck now. Indicators on my side mirrors now. But yeah, I got a new roof visor thing. It says Scania, all lit up blue. Blue LEDs. Anyway, we'll continue on. So it's coming into Eula Pool. That slidey there. I've been here before. Funnily enough, I think it was round about here I stood. I took a picture of that over there, the river. Straight on here.
Continue straight. Then, turn left. Turn left.
Was every bit as interested in it as ever. More
4
so
minutes
probably because
ferry journey.
they should be more interested in a way, because if you have a DNR notice, it means you're very
Park.
Yeah, signal lost.
probably sitting next to
Navigation
guys
resumed.
in
Exactly,
many,
and
not
it
in
is
every
more
case, but in
vulnerable.
many cases, yeah.
Yeah, he is more vulnerable and he is frail, and you know the anxiety level since obviously COVID has increased. You know, especially I think
Oh, the fucking flu. Yes. That's
Continue
it.
straight.
Stornoway.
Do you have a decent relationship with the GP? To talk to?
Turn left.
My dad is 79 too.
You should have a named GP attached to it. So every time you get that person will say,
Yeah.
50 feet. Turn left.
But it is very difficult when you feel like the NHS is getting such a bad name.
Turn left.
But clearly, it's
but we should be thinking of it in terms of a family. It's a wonderful, it was a wonderful
You have
idea.
arrived.
It was a wonderful thing that was established. It should always change because it's no longer 1945. It's not 1975. It's not 1995. It's 2020. It's nearly 2025. So of course it can change and innovate and
Spot
adapt to the
might be a little difficult in this direction.
But that nobody need take it all personally. Do you know what I mean?
on your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, Israel has launched further strikes on Hezbollah in southern Lebanon after intercepting a missile fired at Tel Aviv. Hezbollah says it was targeting the headquarters of the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad. The UK is stepping up preparations for a possible evacuation of British citizens from Lebanon. Former National Security Advisor Lord Ricketts supported a similar operation during the Israel-Hezbollah war in 2006.
I'm sure the military have plans for well what people want to be ready to do this. If it's needed, I think there will be a smooth evacuation. But it is much easier than better for people to leave while the flight is still going.
Security staff will discuss the conflict with world leaders at the UN General Assembly in New York later. Rail staff have voted overwhelmingly to accept pay offers from train companies and Network Rail. Union to back a 5% proposal by Network Rail. Train operators had offered an increase of more than 9%. The NHS is letting people down. Speaking at the party's conference in Liverpool, where service Taylor is the CEO of the NHS Confederation, which represents health authorities and hospital trusts. He's told LBC while criticism is fair, it's important not to put people off seeking healthcare.
One of the reasons that people don't come forward for diaphragm cancer tests, which could save their life, just as they save breast cancer, is kind of fatalism. We do have to get the messages right here. We want to tell the truth. We want to set expectations. We don't want to do things when patients come in.
Sending senior doctors and hospitals in England to roll out reforms designed to cut waiting lists. British Transport Police have released a CCTV image of a man they want to speak to after a mother had her baby snatched by a stranger on a train. Police say family managed to get her back in Nottinghamshire last month. And the London Marathon raised a record amount for charity this year. More than 50,000 runners finished the race, raising £73.5 million together. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 9 points at 82.92. The pound buys $1.24 and $1.19. Heavy rain moving into southern England from the southwest and elsewhere, but more likely in the far north of Scotland, a high of 17 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila.
Hello there, good afternoon. If you're just joining me here at LBC, a lot of conversation, isn't there,
00973. Texting 5011. Vicky Price in just a moment. The economist and author of Prisonomics, behind bars in Britain's failing prisons. But before that, let's take a listen to some of what Shabana Mahmood, the Justice Secretary, said at the Labour Party conference yesterday afternoon.
It was clear then, and it is clear now, that if we change how we treat women in prison, we cut crime, we keep families together, and we end the harm that passes from one generation to the next. And for that reason, I am today announcing that this government will launch a new body, the Women's Justice Board. Its goal will be clear: to reduce the number of women going into prison, with the ultimate ambition of having fewer women's prisons.
Well, Vicky Price, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining me today.
Good afternoon.
You spent a short time in prison more than a decade ago, from which this book, Prisonomics, Behind Bars in Britain's Failing Prisons, emerged. Is Labour on the right track here, do you think?
Well, I think it is. I mean, the interesting thing about all the studies that have been done on women in prison, but also prison more generally, is that it's very costly. It does not rehabilitate you in any way. It actually increases criminality, and people who come out tend to reoffend in very large percentages. And for women, it's particularly bad because they do go in for relatively short sentences by comparison to the men, and their lives are interrupted. And you did mention earlier children. I mean, the interesting thing is that if you look at men going to prison, their children normally stay in their homes. If you look at women going to prison, only 1 out of 10 does, and a large number end up in care. And of course, we know that care costs are even greater than putting women in prisons for a year. And those children are much more likely to end up with antisocial behavior later on, or committing antisocial behavior, or having antisocial behavior, or ending up themselves committing a crime and going to prison. So we're not helping the community at all by putting women in prisons. And of course, their employment opportunities are affected forever. And the employability of women coming out of prison is considerably less than that of men. So this is bad for society. It costs a lot, and it serves no real useful purpose.
And it seems particularly wrong, doesn't it, for a child to end up being punished as well as the parent?
That's absolutely true. And some of the costs around it are enormous. But yes, I think the social impact of all this is very serious. I think that another consideration for women, and why they should perhaps be treated differently, is also that very many of those who end up in prison have been subjected to sexual abuse, violence at home. Very often, the reason why they commit a crime is because they've been coerced by their other halves, or doing something to help drug addiction habits of others, and they are generally sent to prison for quite minor theft offences. So you could argue that what you actually need to do, and I think this is what we all argue. I'm a trustee for Women in Prison. We have we have women's centres where women are helped to get out of some of the addiction they themselves have, because many of them, of course, have been on drugs before they commit a crime, and also help them with their mental issues so that they can rehabilitate themselves and also keep away from the criminal justice system for as long as possible, really. And that, I think, is a very important part of what needs to be done instead of sending women to prison. Is more cost effective and has the right results.
How much of that happens, or is it largely reliant on charities and organisations out with government?
But to a considerable extent, it is the charitable organisations that do it, but quite a lot of what is done and what women in prison with their women's centres do is actually take on, working with probation officers, a way in which they can keep women off crime, with all sorts of measures that can be introduced and support and help. So a certain extent of what is done with public funds, but increasingly what is happening is that it is really charitable giving, which is helping some of those women's centres to be there. And what we really need is a greater acceptance, so that if you don't send women to prison, then perhaps some of the funding could be redirected to women's centres and also to different types of sentences for women. Women with children in various countries in Europe, for example, do the sentences at home so that the children are not affected by the way in which we've been discussing.
And what would that be like? Would that be tagging and curfews and things like
Yes.
that? Or, yeah.
Yes, I mean, that's certainly preferable to going to prison. But the really important thing is to avoid them going to or be sentenced at all in the first instance by supporting the women
Their
with all the
lives.
problems that they have.
Do you think, we've spoken a lot in recent weeks about overcrowding in prisons and, focused on the notion of prisons more generally than talking specifically about the male estate and the female estate. Is it time to almost get rid of the female estate and only jail violent women?
Well, yes, but you could say something similar about the men as well, because quite a lot of people who are in prison right now perhaps do not present any real threat to society, so you could reduce the numbers anyway. But of course, we do know that there are more violent crimes being committed by men than there are for women, so there is a reason for looking at women more specifically. Yes, but it isn't going to save you a huge amount because the population of women in prison is relatively small by comparison to the men. So we're talking about, under 4,000, 3,500 women as against, nearly 90,000 or
is it really that
men.
Small? I didn't realise it was so small.
Yes, it is quite small, but the only problem is that it's recurring. So there are loads of women who go in. So at any time, this is the number. But many of them are short sentences, which means that loads of women do go through the system. And that's the real problem. There is no way you can do any teaching of any new skills while you're in prison if you stay for a short period. This is not to say that we should be changing the sentencing guidelines and sending women to prison for longer, because that would be really terrible. But yes, I think I'm seriously in favour of reducing the female prison estate by as much as possible. But I also think that we're in a very interesting situation right now. My book, Prisonomics, did say that the only way that perhaps mentality about the issue would change, both for men and for women, is if we have little money, or the government has little money to spend on the criminal justice system more generally, and the prison system and the prison estate. And we have reached the stage now where this is precisely what's happening. So in some ways, we're saying we're not going back to austerity, but actually austerity makes you think again. Are the sentencing guidelines right? Are we doing the right thing in terms of trying to stop crime
Although
in the
Keir
economy?
Starmer did talk about in the speech yesterday, didn't he? He talked about you want new prisons built. Some of them might have to be built near you. So it's clearly on the agenda.
Yes, possibly, but it's not necessarily about, one hopes, about having more prisoners in there, but there is huge overcrowding. So you can't have the old prisons having or being used in a terrible way, yes, with people in cells that should really be just for one, and a lot of inactivity taking place as a result, because it's so difficult to manage. So there is a lot that needs to be done to modernise what we've got, but also I think the attitude should be let's try and reduce the numbers. But I think what he was saying was in terms of where some of this new prisons replacing hopefully some of the old ones and maybe hopefully reducing the prison estate more generally if you don't put so many people in prison could be put. So it's more the location than necessarily increasing the number. And there is now a look at sentencing guidelines again. We heard rumours that David Blunkett might be looking at this for the government. It hasn't been confirmed because it may have been overdone. So we may be sending people to prison for too long, and that perhaps needs to change.
Although for the most serious, and I'm talking about really extremely serious crimes, we've actually seen a significant and I think societally quite welcome increase, haven't we?
Yes, I think the sentences have gone up.
And
now,
that won't be large numbers of people, I doubt.
No, it won't be large numbers. And I mean, that probably we looked at again. And also, when exactly do you let people out? And that has, of course, led, I'm afraid, to the overcrowding that we've got and the result that the prisons are no longer rehabilitating anyone who's in there, but actually making it worse. And people come out and are probably more likely to commit a crime than they would have been otherwise.
There is obviously an appetite for this conversation because loads of calls have been coming in while you and I have been speaking, Vicky. So thank you for joining me today. Vicky Price, economist and author of Prisonomics, Behind Bars in Britain's Failing Prisons, if you want to check it out. Lots of you texting and sending messages. I'll get to those in just a second. It's 2:15.
This is LBC.
Time for another layer. The new autumn range at F&F is designed for cooler mornings and comfy commutes. For glitzy get-togethers and snuggly sofa days. Most importantly, it's designed for the great outdoors and indoors, so you can wear clothes that work whatever the weather and whatever you're up to. So go on, refresh your wardrobe with the new F&F autumn collection today. F&F makes fashion sense. Exclusively for Tesco, available in the majority of larger stores.
Last year, Amazon was the world's largest corporate buyer of renewable energy.
Very good.
And more of our energy comes from wind farms like this one. Guys, what happened to recording at the solar farm? To learn more, visit aboutamazon.co.uk/sustainability.
Too many of them for a start.
Electric car, they say. A 1,000-mile range, they say. The seats give massages, they say. How much? You say, they say. But at $14,995, the award-winning Dacia Spring 100% electric is the UK's most affordable new electric car. So what do you say? Visit a Dacia retailer to find out more. Based on manufacturer's recommended retail price as of March 3rd for verification.
Yeah, too many blue lights.
You promised I could watch my show.
But you've got terrible taste. Buy a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, Z Fold 6 or S24 series from a participating retailer, and you can claim a Chromebook Go worth £299. Keep the content rolling with more screens for everyone. Purchase by the 3rd of October. Claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Well, I don't think I've ever had this reaction to a topic I've chosen to talk about on LBC. Daniel in Clitheroe says, you cannot be serious, Sheila. This segment has got to be a wind-up. How can we be advocating for equality, and then argue for women to be given preferential sentences? You say females are badly affected by going to prison. Do you know who else is badly affected? The victims of their crimes. What about single dads? What about female sexual offenders, female financial crimes? This seems like a ridiculous idea to me. Well, Daniel, I'm sorry you feel that way. You should have called and we could have had a little ding-dong about it. I'm not saying...
Ding dong about it. Ding dong. Ding dong.
I think some men who are in prison absolutely would do better not being sent to prison. But some absolutely must be sent to prison. And that applies to women as well. But I think Vicky Price, a lot better than I ever could, set out how counterproductive and anti-justice some women's prison sentences actually are, not least because of the injustice to their children that goes with them, and not least because of the uselessness of their sentence. Very short sentences, not for serious crimes such as sexual crimes and murder and GBH and stuff like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about mostly financial crimes, and as Vicky was saying, most people are in for theft. A serious crime. I'm not suggesting it is nothing. I just think there are better ways to do this. If if you are doubly costing the state because a child has to go into care, surely there's a better way to deal with that situation than sending its mother to prison, the child's mother to prison, if we're talking about a less serious crime. But Daniel seems horrified. Simon in Torquay. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Sheila. You're all right.
Yes, I'm fine.
It's not often I get really angry, but this is one of them. I don't think that just because somebody is a woman, they should be allowed lighter sentences or not to go to prison.
I didn't say that.
Thing. I know, but there's no such thing as a victimless crime. And because there was talk about unless it was a violent crime, I've got a question for you. My brother was killed by a female driver. And it wasn't violent. She didn't attack him or whatever. And she got sent down for 3 years and 3 months. Now, she already is allowed out to go and see her children. my niece will never get to see her dad again. I'll never get to see my brother again. And within, I can't give specifics because of what your lady said beforehand, but within less than 12 months, that woman is back on the street for weekend visits to her child.
Was she convicted of dangerous driving?
She was convicted. Well, am I allowed to tell you what she was convicted of? It's all done. The appeals process and everything is all gone now.
Yeah, just the actual...
Yeah, she was convicted of death by careless driving, driving over the influence, driving without insurance, driving without MOT, and driving without the correct eyesight. Basically, she wasn't wearing her.
No, well, I think that
glasses.
is. Then I think that is too low a sentence.
But her total sentence is 3 years, 3 months.
I think that's too low.
Killing somebody.
Yeah, I think that's too low.
But we were told by the CPS at the time that is a good sentence in the eyes of the law.
Within the guidelines that exist, it probably is, but I still think, I agree with you, it's too low.
I just don't think that just because somebody's a woman should make any difference at all on how long they should go to prison for. They've done a crime. They know it's wrong at the time. They should pay the consequences, regardless of whether it's a man or a woman. They should be the same sentence for the same crime, and you can't discriminate between the two. So it's really emotional, but it's really got to me, this one.
And if it means, separate from your case, and I can understand why you're hot up, Simon, I really can. A horrendous thing to live through. And you hear time and again, families such as yours, absolutely astounded at the sentences that are handed out to people who have, the litany of convictions you just described there for that woman is just a shocker. But I'm talking about examples such as the ones Vicky Price was talking about. I'm talking about women who sometimes end up in prison for 3 months, 4 months because they ran a drug deal for a coercive partner or were forced, you'd have to prove this, obviously, were forced and coerced into a financial crime of some sort. I think rather than send that woman to prison away from her children and send those children into care, possibly, at cost, both emotional and, psychological cost to them, but it's societal cost as well. I think in sentences like that, that's kind of what I'm aiming at here. I think we can do better than prison in those circumstances, can't we?
Possibly, but it depends what that would look like. But also, you're saying that people may be coerced. An excuse for women to do I was coerced. Yeah. But isn't that such an easy thing to then defend her to cling into, and the impact of what she is doing in the drugs world and what that has, and what the effect will be for people that take drugs. It is still a crime.
And if she has children?
If she has children,
they suffer.
Her children will know that breaking the law, there are consequences, and has done something wrong and has to pay for her,
but if that,
pay the punishment.
And if that message can be got across, but she keeps her children at home and the children aren't punished at the same time, that's better, isn't it?
Depends on your point of view. I know I'm probably because I'm a serious victim, but I think that the only way that you can say the law needs to be upheld and this is the consequence would be to go to those children and go, your mum's gone to prison because of X, Y, and Z. And that is why she's gone to prison. It was her actions that have taken her away. It's not the law, it's not anything. Your mum made a decision to go and commit a crime, and that is why she is not here.
But again, in the kind of crime I'm talking about, not the kind of crime that you were a victim of and your brother was clearly a victim of, in the kind of crime I'm talking about, we already have examples, male and female, where the criminal justice system does not send somebody to prison, but gives them other forms of sanction and other forms of time served, whether it's curfew, whether it's a tag, whether it's being on the sex offenders register, whatever it is. You've got a woman, say, doing a drugs run under pressure from her partner, or a financial fraud under pressure from her partner, she's sent to prison, and Hugh Edwards isn't?
I'm with you on the Hugh Edwards one. I am totally there. That astounded me. That man should be in prison for.
But what I'm saying is that there are circumstances in which I believe anyway. There are circumstances. I mean, they exist already where people aren't being sent to prison for one reason or another, and they're given different kinds of sentences. But they're still experiencing the consequences of their crime.
But again, though, it depends on the person, doesn't it, and what they're doing. What are the actual consequences if you've got a tag on your ankle? You can't go out after 9 o'clock. If you've got children, you'll know going out after 9 o'clock is a luxury.
You've got a criminal conviction. You've got a criminal conviction. You're going to have to live with that. You're going to have to try and get around that when you're looking for employment. You're going to be on probation. You're going to have to report to probation for a period of time. It's not without its consequences, is it, Simon?
It isn't, but then what if the conviction is one that's going to be a spent conviction? It isn't going to be on your record, and requiring a DBS.
So because you're taking a sort of blanket hard line, I absolutely understand. I completely understand who had that litany of motoring offences in one moment and killed someone. 3 years is terrible. But think about it now as well. Sending her to prison instead of tags, curfews, community service, community order, criminal conviction, the difficulties that brings, you think sending her to prison and her child into care is a better outcome?
Only if there's no difference between it being a woman and a man. Yes, there are other ways around it, but you shouldn't.
The vast majority of single parents are women. The vast majority are primary parents.
How would you argue that she was coerced into doing something by a partner?
You can have a partner and not live with them, or a partner that isn't the biological father of the child, or a parent for the child.
But that comes back to the old adage, doesn't it, Celia? If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Right, we're not going to be moved on this one. Thank you very much, Simon, and I'm terribly sorry about your family's experience. I can see why you're furious about it. I really can. I'm upset about it. Catherine in Muswell Hill, hello there.
Oh, hello, Sheila. Yeah, well, I wanted to respond to your previous caller and what he was saying, that he's fine with it provided there's absolute parity with men and women with regards to sentencing and a particular offence. But that is an impossible thing to achieve. Every crime that is committed, every offence that is committed, there is a circumstance to that. So when you come to sentence someone for an offence, you're going to have a look at their age, you're going to have a look at the circumstances of the offence, you're going to have a look at any mitigating and any aggravating features. So to say that, as long as there's absolute parity, then he's happy. I'm sorry, I don't think that makes sense. And the fact that women are more often carers, whether that's for children or other, an elderly parent or whatever, that is a fact of life. In fact, that won't necessarily come up in terms of possibility, but obviously it will when considering both. And we do have to move away, I think, from the idea that the only real punishment can be. And we are condemning overcrowded prisons, a hugely expensive...
Truck's new lights. Very pretty. I like it a lot.
There is a theory of something called double deviance, which is the idea that when women commit offences, they're seen as doubly deviant, committed a crime, but they've also done something that is more sort of contrary to gender norms, if you see what I mean. And
that a woman, that there's a sense that a woman has contravened more societal rules by being a criminal than a man has.
Precisely. So that's the idea of it being a double deviance, that they've broken the law, but they've also broken the societal norms and expectations that we impose on women. And, that's not exclusive to women. We have societal norms about other groups in society, and we have to be aware and conscious of what those expectations, those prejudices, that way of thinking is all about. But I do think it really plays a part in this conversation, because otherwise it's too easy to present it as a let's just be fair. You know, if it's good that we're doing propaganda, it's just a lot more complicated than that. That's what I would like to say to a previous caller. And obviously, one can, you know, one feels personally, the consequences are terribly difficult. But it's really, to my mind, it's so important not to get
as well, and that can be applied to the member states.
Poetry.
Cloudy with the odd shower elsewhere, but more likely in the far north of Scotland, a high of 17 degrees.
This is LBC. Is anyone who runs a small business knows
The fuck?
unexpected bills happen? Yeah, they do.
Let's just crash in there, exactly.
Because when you've got Virgin Media's business broadband,
The fuck? Okay.
with business-ready broadband, search Virgin Media Business. Virgin Media. See what you can do. 24-month contract, Virgin Media fibre areas only. Legal stuff applies.
Time for another layer. The new autumn range at F&F is designed for cooler mornings and comfy commutes. For glitzy get-togethers and snuggly sofa days. Most of the time, it's designed for the great
Wait, I'm literally off the ground.
so you can wear clothes that whatever the weather.
It's like I'm invisible. I'll be parked here or something like that.
F&F makes fashion sense. Exclusively today. Available in the majority of larger stores.
There's something went wrong fucking head. That's fucking garage. So we can get it repaired here.
Just one of the ways we've reduced the weight of our packaging by more than 40% since 2015, which is still good for playtime.
Garage upgrade.
To learn more, visit
Portree.
aboutamazon.uk/sustainability.
You could
Go.
be one of the millions of UK drivers who may be owed thousands of pounds in compensation. If you bought a car on finance between 2007 and 2021, you may have been unfairly charged commission payments you didn't know about. My Claim Group can help you check in just a few simple steps. To find out more, text CLAIM to 86688. My Claim Group is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Claims made simple.
Would I be able to get another
We
coffee?
interrupt the airwaves to share an incredible discovery. The
Thank
reason
you.
why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. We must get to work in rebuilding Great Britain, Bix by Bix, by delivering Weetabix to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes, to VAR, and people who somehow manage to park over 2 bays. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Sheila Fogarty.
I'll get back to your calls in a few minutes, but let's just take stock of the situation in Lebanon and Israel. The UK Prime Minister has told British nationals in Lebanon to, in his words, leave immediately. Other countries, including the US, Canada, France and Japan, are giving similar advice to their citizens. Israel's military, meanwhile, says it is still carrying out a wave of extensive strikes in southern Lebanon, in the Bekaa area. As well as that,
I was going to make that
Israel
slice.
says it is intercepting or has
For
intercepted
us.
a ballistic missile fired by Hezbollah towards Tel Aviv, and many other missiles have been targeted in the north of Israel and have been mostly shot down or intercepted and disabled by that extraordinary Iron Dome defense system that Israel has. Let's talk about the events on the ground as much as the politics and military moves internationally around all of this. Nomi Bar-Yaakov joins me, an international negotiator, expert in diplomacy and the Middle East, and associate fellow at Chatham House as well. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Sheila.
I mean, I know that there are often, back channels and conversations going on all the time while we see this military action up front. Is it possible to establish how close we might be to some kind of de-escalation of this? Because it all looks like escalation at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's extremely difficult to try to establish how close we are to a diplomatic solution. I'd say we're not very close at the moment. But that said, there are intense behind-the-scenes negotiations going on, and hopefully this war, this offensive, will not last for too long, because with every minute that it lasts, it gets a bit more complicated to try to reach a solution. The question really is, what is Iran going to do? It is reported that Hezbollah had asked for Iranian support, and that Iran had stated very clearly that while their new president, Pezeshkian, was in New York for the General Assembly, he spoke yesterday at the General Assembly that there was no way that they were going to intervene. But the next question is, what are they going to do? And what are Hezbollah going to do? Because if Hezbollah continue with long-range ballistic missiles towards the center of Tel Aviv, then you can be sure that Israel will go deeper and wider, and that there won't be a near end in sight.
And clearly none of... Sorry, do you finish your point?
I said, on the other hand, in terms of diplomacy, I mean, one way out for Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, would be to actually push behind the scenes for a ceasefire in Gaza. Because if there's a ceasefire in Gaza, he can say, hey, look, we attacked with ballistic missiles. Well, yes, they were intercepted, but nonetheless, it was our first use ever of such missiles aiming at the heart of Tel Aviv, at Mossad headquarters, he said. So, maybe this is the way forward, to use that to try to actually reach a ceasefire in Gaza, which holds the key to a ceasefire in Lebanon, because he did say in his speech after the attack on his communication network that he will not, and the Hezbollah will not, attack Israel if there will be a ceasefire in Gaza.
When did he say that?
Well, he gave a speech a couple of days ago after the...
he said that then, did he? Yeah, in that speech.
Yes, he said it in the one and only speech he's given since the attack.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because I was about to ask you, but in light of what you've just said, let's talk about that. I was about to ask you whether Iran, when it comes to the situation in Hamas, in Gaza and Hamas, and the current one in Lebanon, the real question is, will Iran pull this pin and go all out on both fronts via Hamas and via Hezbollah, or against Israel? I mean, Hamas may have very little capacity at the moment in comparison with Hezbollah, but you think it's more about what Nasrallah does at the moment?
Well, I think it's a question of what Iran
tells them to do.
Yes, I think it's more a question of what Iran is going to do, and I think the ball at the moment is in Iran's court, because it's very clear that Israel has sent a strong signal, and more than signal, action with a lot of deaths, and it's taken out serious number of the very senior commanders in Hezbollah, as well as we don't know the exact percentage, but a certain certainly the part of the arsenal, and a serious part of the arsenal, has taken a hit. And Israel's shown that it actually has excellent intelligence and it can go further. And I think Iran knows that and Hezbollah know that. And I don't think no one is interested in an all-out war. And by no one, I mean none of the key players. I don't think Iran is interested in an all-out war in the Middle East. I don't think Russia is interested in an all-out war in the Middle East. I don't think the US is interested. Certainly not none of the UK, France. A war is not in anyone's interest. And I think really this is the time to focus on how to avert a war, because this war of attrition cannot continue. It doesn't really serve anyone. And I think this is what this war in Lebanon is about.
To go back to what you said about the Gaza ceasefire and therefore hopefully the release of hostages as well. In whose gift is that at this point in time, do you think? What on the pro-Iran side? Is that in Hamas's gift? Is it in Iran's gift? Is it in Hezbollah's gift?
Well, I think all of the above. I think it's a question really of how to end. Everything is interlinked. And as I said earlier, the key lies in a ceasefire and a hostages, 101 hostages, of which Netanyahu announced, he believes, publicly announced, around half are dead. So the question really is, which is how to return the 101 dead and alive back and ensure that there is stability. So the issue is a long-term, and long-term, I don't mean, 100 years. I mean, there has to be a plan to get to two states, because unless one looks at a Palestinian state and an Israeli state, both sovereign, both independent, living side by side, there isn't going to be an end to this conflict. So when it talks about a ceasefire on the one hand in Gaza, in Lebanon, but in order to ensure that Gaza turns into a permanent stability agreement, sort of like the prelude as such to stability and peace, ultimately the line is peace. And the only solution is for two states to live side by side. And as soon as there's a recognition that that's the end game by all parties, the better. And that's where I think all diplomatic efforts should be heading, starting with a ceasefire in Gaza, in Lebanon, and paving that particular path with very clear benchmarks.
I know that we got near that in the Yitzhak Rabin era, but I hear the two-state solution, and I think as well, clearly that for the ordinary people who just want to live, that is clearly the solution. I do sometimes wonder, though, whether that's just Western voices soothing their own ears and minds and hearts about this, and whether when you've got Iran saying what it says about Israel and Jews, and you've got Hamas and Hezbollah saying what it says about Israel and Jews more generally, I don't know. It seems like a pipe dream. I mean,
no,
I hope it's not a pipe dream, but it feels at the moment like it might be.
It may feel to some people like a dream, but I don't think for the people in Palestine and Israel, I don't think for them it's a dream at all. And you can see that the Palestinian citizens of Israel are living in peace with Israelis, with Israeli Jews. So the Israeli Jews, Christians, and Muslims, which are referred to the latter to Christians and Muslims as Palestinian citizens of Israel. So they're ethnically Palestinian and they're
living in peace.
Living within the Green Line, so within the borders of the sovereign state of Israel. They are living relatively happily. Yes, there are some issues, but they're members of the Knesset and they're very powerful parties. There are a number of parties, Arab parties, and they were all against the Hamas attacks of the 7th of October. And you have the villages like Barta'ah, for example, the village that was divided in 67, and you have villages that half of the families, cousins, sometimes siblings, live on one side of the Green Line, and they're therefore Palestinians without Israeli citizenship, and then the others that have Israeli citizenship. And you can see how one side of that family is fully integrated into Israeli life, and there are Palestinian citizens of Israel in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in various high-level positions, and certainly, as I said, very powerful members of the Knesset, like Ayman Odeh, for example, one of the brightest around. So you have some very you have that example of how there is coexistence. There's no difference between the Palestinian citizens of Israel and the Palestinian citizens of Palestine, other than the fact that they don't live some of them live on one side of the Green Line and the others in the other side. I don't think that what Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, spoke about yesterday, this referendum idea that, Iran has had for a long time, is of course a recipe for disaster, because it'll be a bloodbath. And I don't think a one-state solution is any sort of solution. It is very clearly a plan to end the existence of the state of Israel. And therefore, the only other option is to have two states and to work very quickly towards that end, given that settlements have been built
Navigation
on
resumed.
Palestinian land, and that issue has to clearly be addressed.
I admire the
GPS signal lost.
of people like you.
GPS signal
It's
lost.
an expert in
Navigation
diplomacy.
resumed.
Might be a back
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
those options. So thank you very much indeed, Noe. Good to talk to you.
Take the exit.
Negotiator, expert in diplomacy.
This morning on Nick Ferrari at breakfast, the Prime Minister said...
You have arrived.
Thank you for your time. If I can take you to global affairs, one of you would respond. You said last week that the action you took over the restrictions some answers was, of course, misguided and undermined Israel. Have you spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu about that? How have you responded?
Well, we're in contact with the Israeli government all the time, as you would expect. They're an important ally, and I
Navigation resumed.
Surprised about this, Keir?
No, he's not surprised about that. We had to comply with international law and our own domestic law. And I've always been clear, I support Israel's right to self-defense.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7.
With Betfair, where odds move faster than polls. Play responsibly.
LBC.
Morning. Sign here for your parcel, please.
Thanks. Fancy a cuppa?
I'm fine, actually.
Sure.
Navigation resumed.
Kitchen fitted. It might be an instant boiling water tap. It won't take long.
From first times to forever. Wix. There are options to suit every budget. Kitchens from under £3,000. Use the Wix free design service and our experts will guide you through the choices. Book your kitchen and equipment today for your house.
Navigation resumed.
We're wearing shorts in the sunshine. It's summer.
8, turn right.
Fly to South Africa this winter. Lufthansa.
Turn right.
M&S Food and Tom Carriage Gastropub range is taking years of hard work to bring the flavours of my restaurants to the shelves of M&S. So choose a main, side, or starter to the Gastropub for your dessert. Get the super indulgent using the darker just food. This is Tom Carriage T's and C's apply. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's the
I 16.
I think I'm going to be sick. I 16 in this coffee shop.
This is the captain speaking. I cinched it before takeoff with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Mileage restrictions and terms apply.
Buy parts of a new wind farm and generate your own low-cost greener energy with Ripple. Joining Ripple could cut your energy bills every year for decades. Without the hassle of getting solar panels installed into your home or business. Your own energy to wherever you live, even if you move home. That's real climate action to be proud of. Join now to be part of Ripple Next Wind Farm. Welcome to Ripple. Ripple Energy.
roundabout, take the second exit.
Well, if they're under the influence of drink and they're not insured,
Take the exit.
and they're not
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Towards the centre of Tel Aviv, and you can be sure that Israel will go
Take the exit.
Scotland. Shit. Just using that as another excuse to fucking rob the fucking arse off you. Put prices up now. There ain't no fucking black hole, and if it was them that fucking caused it. Stupid politicians, man. Half of them want prison sentences.
access. Hopefully, what we're trying to do is build a community where more children don't have phones, don't smartphones, and it's obvious to say actually friends aren't on that, they don't have that because their parents are doing what we do. And it is a very social thing, isn't it? And it's very professional, and also just we call it mimetic design, don't they, where you see somebody who has something and you want at the same
Shit. Hey Dennis, how are you today? Hope your day's going well, brother. So I just fucking scraped the truck along the crash barrier there. My bad. I'll get it repaired when I get to Edinburgh.
Continue straight. Then turn left.
This is a tight one. Yeah, okay, I did better there. Stay in this lane. Shit. Got a diversion here. Some sort of accident. So yeah, can't take that exit. Fucking hell, there's a helicopter and everything there. Okay. I'm into Edinburgh. I'll make myself something to eat when I get there. Just getting pretty hungry here. Some rolls and sliced sausage. It's one of the best breakfasts you can have. 2 rolls and sliced with a bit of cheese. Doing it indicating go in there, but there's a car to my left. Let him undertake me and then I'll go in. Just like so. Back into the lane, Richard. Glasgow, I believe, but it's not where we want to be. Long way round to Edinburgh. Please. Oh, please. My God! What's wrong with the fucking steering in this, man? It's very slow and turning. Oh, it is. always raining in Scotland. Always fucking raining. Here comes another one of them insanely small roundabouts. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, we made it. It's just got me to do a big circle here. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to break through this diversion here. I need to watch I don't hit the fucking helicopter here. Police won't be too impressed with me. Fuck your diversion. Stick it up your arse. I'm going this way. Fuck yous. Can't believe that it took me right around in a fucking circle. Customers expecting a delivery soon. I'll probably more than likely be late after being diverted round in a fucking circle. Aye, the diversion took me straight back to where it begun. What use is that? So now I'm trying to bomb it as fast as I can to Edinburgh, because I know I'm late with this load. Keep right. Pick up. This wee Skoda in front of me wants to hurry up. And you can't, it's got this fucking caravan in front of it. Moving over because I'm gonna be coming off just shortly. Turning left here. Caravan's going the same way. Hurry up. Why would you brake there? Fuck, keep going. take this fucking wallop here. Uh-huh. Over here.
You have arrived.
Always, yeah, but it feels like it's an extension of what they do, and if they don't have it, it's almost like a lost limb, and I do feel it's far too early. There's just confounded the situation even more. I don't want
Hugo. Yep, he's obviously let me out. That was nice of him. See your man here. Get this repaired.
Elements, but what we can do is put stringent elements in place. So we check the kids' phones regularly once a week to make sure there's nothing untoward important as well.
Been stopped.
And what's it like in the school and around the
I'm
neighbourhood
going.
with friends? Is it something that really needs navigating?
School's quite tough on phones. They're super tough on phones, so they can't be used during the day. Certainly can't. They have to be off. They can't make a single sound, otherwise you lose it. They have to find alternative ways to get to school if they can't use the bus with the phone itself. And yeah, the friends are on it. They're a good friends group. Touch wood. That's been a blessing. And they're all on it. And it goes back to the same point. If they didn't have it, how do they communicate with one another? And you have a peer pressure issue.
Absolutely. Well, it sounds like you've got a full-time job there, so.
Yeah, the 8-year-old's doing my booking, so I'm trying to navigate that one. So we find our phone disappear. She's only 8. She memorised the code, so she knows what's going on.
Change the code, Solo. Change the code.
Well, change it all the time, and then they find out. But all she wants to watch French videos and little dogs. That's quite safe to a degree.
So she tells you. God, at 8 years of age, that says a lot, doesn't it? And it's not. I'm not blaming you. That's the nature of the world, isn't it? They're chasing them. Thanks, Solo. Sounds like you're doing your level best. John in Nottingham. Hi, John.
Hi there, Sheila. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, yeah. You want to talk about your daughter's relationship with social media and phones?
I do. I just want to say, first of all, I just happened to turn on the radio. This topic, this subject matter, it's so... I think a lot of parents are secretly suffering, and I use the word suffering cautiously because it's such a tricky part of a child's education, growing up, maturity. They're going to be using mobile phones, the apps and what they bring and what a mobile phone, all the different things that it can do. They have to not only navigate around that themselves, but we have to be that pathway just to guide them. But because you're not able to really monitor, I know there are some apps which we've just found out, that you can monitor the children's internet usage, who they're talking to, what they're going on. But the previous caller did mention something of a report that is generated. Because children are that tech savvy, something that which we weren't growing up, it's scary how easily they can bypass a lot of those sites where, they can go onto anything that they want, and we won't know. But it's just something that we're going through with my daughter, where she is quite mature. She's just reaching her early teenage years. The adolescence phase that every child goes through, if you're going to couple mobile phones and the dangers that they can bring, it just further, struggling with the right word here, where if the child is going through something, self-harm, self-confidence issue, the abuse, cyberbullying, or even predators available online, easily ready to pick up on this sort of stuff. And, just to catch them out, can you come over? And then how is that child supposed to recognise what's real, what's not?
Or cope with it. I mean...
Well, that's the other thing that you've mentioned, Sheila, anxiety. Every child is going to be going through a lot more anxiety, given whether it's on the back of COVID or on, the information highway that's just simply available. It's something that we are going to have to get around. I understand every new generation is going to be raised differently, but we're not almost given the tools. It's something as parents you are going to have to learn yourself. A lot of parents are going to be very busy with their work, trying to, stay afloat, keep their heads above water. But do you know that little bit of time that is available with children, from clubs, after school clubs, that you cannot gather what a child is going through in those, 2-3 hours. It's going to take a different type of awareness. And when I said to you earlier on in the call that I use that word cautiously, I think a lot of people are going through it. And it's not only until they come across what I would say serious trouble of where, they're talking to a girl, a boy online. You don't know if it's a girl or a boy. You don't know if they're 13, 15 or 21.
No,
but when you start talking to family friends, people that might be another voice to talk to that child, it's not only then when it becomes apparent, do you know what? So-and-so's child, a lot of children, a lot of parents are suffering from this, and I do talk to a lot of children. What help is available? We can't become therapists all of a sudden. We can't recognise it was different for us, but it's a lot more, compounded for children at this day and age.
It is.
What do we do at that stage?
Yeah, it is very different from our time. And like I say, John, if your daughter is already struggling with anxiety and elements of self-harm as well, stave off smartphones and social media as long as you possibly can. Would be my advice to any parent whose child is already facing that, because like I said, whenever we talk about this is adults as well. When I was away for 2 weeks in August, I pretty much, almost sort of probably 95% didn't look at social media. Barely used my phone, other than for a quick call to make arrangements with people. And my brain, obviously the rest was part of it, but my brain felt cleansed after the 2 weeks. It felt completely cleansed. I felt like my eyes were like an inch wider open in terms of the lack of agitation that I was feeling. And I don't go around feeling agitated and anxious typically on a day. Not that I notice, but it doesn't mean it isn't there. It doesn't mean your brain isn't slightly sort of hyperactive at certain points because of this scrolling and seeing and taking in lots of information and immediately ditching it, or you think you've ditched it and then you replace it with new information. Not good. Not good. Not a good way to use your brain every day at all, or to have your brain manipulated every day. Thank you, John. I wish you well. Loads of parents clearly working very, very hard on this. It's 3:31. Let's get some headlines, shall we, from Amelia Cox.
Israel says it has intercepted a missile fired by Hezbollah at Tel Aviv, which set off air raid sirens this morning. The group claims it was aiming for the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad. Train drivers have voted to accept the latest pay offer from ScotRail following weeks of reduced timetables. It's understood all staff will receive a 4.5% rise backdated to April. And Labour delegates have backed a motion calling for the government to scrap plans to withdraw winter fuel payments for most pensioners. Unions put forward a non-binding vote at the party's conference in Liverpool. LBC weather, heavy rain moving into southern England from the southwest. Cloudy with the odd shower elsewhere, but more likely in the far north of Scotland, a high of 17 degrees.
LBC.
Here at the Virgin Games Development Hub, we run hundreds of tests to make sure our players get the most thrilling experiences, whether they're playing in the bar or on the train. We even test the perfect amount of free spins you get when you play £10, which is 30.
Get 30 free spins when you play £10. Virgin Games. Serious about play. Visit virgingames.com. 18 plus, UK only. New members only. Must opt in. Free spins on double bubble, 1p coin size, max size, 30-day expiry. Full rules at virgingames.com. Play responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Look at that weather. Who knows what it's going to do next? Autumn asks a lot from your clothes, and that's why the new collection at F&F is designed for everything the season can throw at you. From chunky knits to breathable fits, snappy office wear to cozy sofa wear, our collection is designed for the great outdoors and indoors. So go on, check out the F&F Autumn collection at Tesco now. F&F makes fashion sense. Exclusively for Tesco. Available in the majority of larger stores.
Amazon offer full-time apprenticeships to all fulfillment centre employees, like Hannah. She's now a trained electrical engineer, and to her, the buzz of lights is the best sound in the world. Because it's a reminder of how much she's achieved. In 2 years, she's gone from a warehouse employee to working as a qualified engineer. And in her new blue overalls and hard hat, her daughter thinks she looks like a superhero. At Amazon, we're committed to training and career growth. Course eligibility applies. See amazonapprenticeships.co.uk.
Buy our electric car, they say. 1,000-mile range, they say. The seats give massages, they say. How much? You say, well, they say. But at $14,995, the award-winning Dacia Spring 100% electric is the UK's most affordable new electric car. So what do you say? Visit a Dacia retailer to find out more. Based on manufacturer's recommended retail price as of March 3rd. For verification, visit dacia.co.uk/gamechanger.
A fully grown elephant weighs as much as your...
Mom! You promised I could watch my show.
Oh, but you've got terrible taste. Buy a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, Z Fold 6 or S24 series from a participating retailer, and you can claim a Chromebook Go worth £299. Keep the content rolling with more screens for everyone. Purchase by the 3rd of October. Claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
Ayo has called from Romford. Hello, Ayo.
Hi, Sheila. How you doing? You okay?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Yes.
We spoke about this before, Sheila.
We have.
If you remember, you know me.
You take a tough line, don't you, Ayo?
I take a tough line.
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, my position hasn't changed since the last time I spoke to you, but I haven't realised that it is actually quite difficult because my daughter's at the stage now where she's looking at secondary schools. So we're going to open days and stuff like that, trying to work out which school she needs to go to. My first question at every single one is, what is your mobile phone policy? That is literally what I've been asking, which is my first question. Now, all of the schools seem to have a similar policy, but one of them in particular sort of put that across to me in a much more of a serious way. And, you know, that will influence my decision about which school they go to. Because in an ideal world, if it was up to me, no kids would get smartphones at least 15, 16 years old. I think that's
I'd be the same.
World, right? Now, obviously, don't live in an ideal world. I've managed to, you know, basically not give my daughter a phone at all, or any of my kids a phone at all. They do have tablets, which, you know, we try to monitor as much as possible, but that's controlled, you know, and there's limited things they can do in terms of, like, on those tablets that I've kind of put in place, right? Now, going back to all the schools, what I've realised, actually, the schools hate using phones as well. That's the general vibe I'm getting.
Yeah, they do.
But what it is they even said parents don't support us. You know, one particular teacher said that what he wants to do is bring in like a system that he's looked into it that costs £30,000 for the whole school, so that people can come in and they literally lock it up, and then when they leave, then they take it. Right?
Yes,
It costs like 30 grand or whatever to put it in. Now, the truth of the matter is, anybody listening out here, who's parents, your parent there, it is down to us. I don't care what anyone tells you, policy this, policy that. We have to make our policy, and our children have to abide by that. When it comes to peer pressure, all throughout your life, you're going to go through peer pressure of some kind or another. The earlier these kids realise that just because somebody else is doing something doesn't mean you have to do it, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Now, if I have to cave in on this mobile phone thing, right, what I will do when she starts school is, okay, if I say you have a phone, obviously you'll have all the parental controls on it or whatever, but it's not leaving the house. Because I don't see why it needs to leave the house, right? You go to school, you come back. Now, when I went to school, I was actually probably one of the first people that got a mobile phone, actually. So phones were sort of just about becoming sort of like everyday thing. And I was actually one of the first sort of people. And I was about 15, 16, around that kind of time. But this is going back to, you know, back into the late 90s time when I was in school. And even with a phone like that, twice, on the way from school or from home, I was actually basically, someone tried to rob it off me, essentially. I was like from another school, some guys who were having phones trying to help me out, and like, take the phone off me, right? Now, there's so many different elements of having a phone with a child, and each child is going to be different. Some children are going to be more mature, a bit more streetwise, they might be able to get a phone earlier. Some people are going to be a bit less streetwise, less emotional, less thing to get a speech on late. But the main point I want to make is this, yeah? Parents, stop making excuses. Stop saying that, oh, they could get round the, you know, the technical whatever, yeah? They're 8-year-olds, you're a grown, fully grown man, woman, adult. Find out how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, find out. If you have to go to a shop for them to do it for you, and you have to pay for it, that's what you have to do as a parent. You would not leave your window wide open and say, anybody on this planet can come up to this window and speak to my child.
No, you wouldn't. No. Or that's the perfect analogy for me. Nor would you say to a child, are you going out? Yeah, I'm going to go meet my new friend Susan. Oh, who's Susan? Well, she says she's 14, but she could be 35 and a bloke. You wouldn't say, oh, have a nice time, let me know if it's an adult paedophile or a nice girl from school. You know, you'd just be like, hang on a sec, slow down, you know, and this is the thing, that the smartphone gives a child access to anyone and anything.
Exactly. And the thing is, even when I do give my child a phone at one point, because it will happen, that Dan is just, the way she's going on about it, sooner or later, I know know that Sam's gonna break, yeah? But even when she actually does get it, I'm telling you this now, Sheila, yeah? There's no Instagram, there's no Facebook, there's no Snapchat, there's no WhatsApp, there's no whatever the new current app is, social media, whatever, going on my daughter's phone, right? So she can be accessed at any time, night, day, or whatever.
Yeah,
No
and it's
way
and
over time.
good for you. And it's worth saying, you know, these aren't intrinsically bad things. For example, I really enjoy Instagram, and I know there are bad elements on Instagram because people.
I work in technology, okay?
Yeah.
I work in technology. I have done all my life. I do this stuff all day long.
Yeah.
I interact with the APIs from the different companies to produce something or whatever. I've got nothing against it. But what it is I can see that this whole country is actually sleepwalking into so many different things. I mean, if I just go off topic just for 1 second, a little bit off topic, take TikTok, for example. As far as I'm concerned, that's controlled by the Chinese. We have millions and millions of people in this country, okay, that are basically on that, or on this social media app. It doesn't take much imagination to say if China wants to sow some sort of discourse or put a thought into the millions of people in the UK. All we have to do is change the algorithm just a little bit slightly, and now they are basically showing the UK what we want to see, like what they want us to see, what they want us to think, and controlling what we did. I mean, if we fast forward 20 years in advance, we don't actually get a grip on this, we could be actually sleepwalking into basically giving control to foreign powers.
Well, I don't even think it needs to be as serious as a foreign power having that control, although you're absolutely right, it could end up being that serious. I think even on your average, I mean, you look how Elon Musk has changed the nature of X, the nature of Twitter. You look at the openness of anybody to join a particular social media site and make it a cesspit. You know, I mean, for me, Instagram is pretty pictures, nice dresses, interiors that I like, and the odd cute picture from a wedding or something. I don't know. That's it, and it's fun.
You're following. That's what you're.
But it's what I post as well. It's because of what I post, and because it's a closed account, and it's I don't just randomly have people that are following me, but therefore it's fun, But
you know what, Sheila? I'll just say one last thing, right? The main thing I want to say is this: parents, honestly, parents, guardians, everyone. If you think that these big companies have your best children's interests at heart, you're living on another planet. If you are waiting for these big companies making billions and billions, to put your children's, safety, emotional safety first before their own interests, you're having a laugh. The only people that can protect these children are you. You're the parent. They're going to be at home with you. They're the ones who have the biggest influence. They're the ones you decide where they go, where these parents hold the line. Do not let these companies take liberty and control it. When we were young, we didn't need it, and we are fine. We went to school and we came back. We didn't have a phone. If you need to contact the school, they call the school. If something happens at the school, they call you. Stop making excuses for your own anxieties, because that's what it actually is. It's your own anxieties. You want to be able to contact your child wherever they are, wherever they do. There's other technology ways that are less intrusive of doing that.
Do you think it should be illegal for a child under 16 to have one, or under 14 to have one? Do you think it should be made illegal?
If it was down to me, I would say maybe in environmental settings it would be a lot easier if the government did a national, a law. Like, basically, if you're, in school, no smartphones allowed in school, full stop. It will make it a lot easier just for the whole nation. But in absence of basically someone doing that and people going against their own interests, they might lose viewers or whatever. Parents, hold the line. It's down to you. No one else is coming to help you. No one else is going to be. You're the one that's going to deal with the child that's got anxiety, that's got a mood disorder, it's going to be all down to you. So prevention is better than cure. Your child 6, 7, 8, 9, you're thinking about getting the phone? Forget about it.
And you've missed it off your list of horrors. You've left off a simple one: lack of sleep, which can really get in the way of a child's development.
when my kids come to my house, they know. Because me and their mother are split up, unfortunately. But when the kids come to my house, right, they know. When it's bedtime, the tablets and all the, it's just not in their room. They know that. Even when their friends come. Like my sister, she's got 5 kids. She's giving her kids phones. Yeah, they're a lot more lackadaisical with the phones. But even when they come to my house,
no phones.
My house, all the devices, you don't have to pay, they all come to my room. Every single one, they come to my room.
Good for you, Aya.
Do
you know what I think? I think if there is a national campaign along the lines you described, you should be the front man. I really do. Thank you, Io and Romford. It's 3:45.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Tom Swarbrick.
The Justice Secretary says fewer women should go to prison because prison isn't working. Isn't that something that can also be said for male prisons? Or should fewer women go to prison because they're women?
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
We've all been there. MOT's coming up. Your car's making a noise or two. And you think if you just turn your music up just a little louder each time, you'll be fine. But that's not you, is it? You know you can get your car in check with parts that will fit right. All you need to do is enter your reg on eBay. Find brake lights, filters, windscreen wipers and more. You get your car MOT ready. Find the right part at the right price with eBay.
I'm very proud to launch my new M&S Food and Tom Kerridge Gastro Pub range. It's taken years of hard work to bring the flavours of my restaurants to the shelves of M&S. So choose a main, side, and either a starter or a dessert in the Gastro Pub dine-in. For your dessert, give my super indulgent molten cookie dough a go, oozing with dark and white Belgian chocolate with a touch of sea salt. This is not just food. This is Tom Kerridge and M&S Gastro Pub food. Subject to availability, T's and C's apply.
Buy parts of a new wind farm and generate your own low-cost greener energy with Ripple. Joining Ripple could cut your energy bills every year for decades, without the hassle of getting solar panels installed onto your home or business. Your own energy to wherever you live, even if you move home. That's real climate action to be proud of. Join now to be part of our next wind farm. Welcome to Ripple. Ripple Energy.
EasyJet's Big Orange sale is now on, with up to £200 off package holidays. Book now with just a £60 per person deposit. Search EasyJet Holidays. Selected dates up to the 31st of the 3rd, 26. Book by 11 p.m. the 1st of the 10th, 24. Deposit available up to 28 days before departure. Minimum spend required. T's and C's apply. ATOL protected.
Big, plump and pear-shaped, little pert and peachy. Bombs come in all shapes and sizes, but 1 in 2 of them may get piles. Itchy, sore, pains in the posterior. Sound familiar? Use Anusol, the UK's #1 piles treatment.
Anusol cream. Always read the label. #1 claim based on sales data. To verify, email ukinquiries@churchdwight.com.
Join Andre Rieu live on the 9th of May at OVO Arena, Wembley, London. It's a magical evening full of humour, romance and enchanting melodies. Get your tickets now at andrerieu.com. This is LBC. Message Sheila Fogarty on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
Soban has called in Rochdale. Hello, Soban.
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, yeah. You are part of something called the Smartphone-Free Childhood Movement. Is that a thing? Like an official?
It is a thing. It's absolutely.
I mean, I know it's a thing.
Caller should join it.
Yeah, well, I think he could be the king of it, couldn't he? By the sounds of it.
He could be, yeah. So the last 18 months for me have been quite a journey. So I have 3 children. I've got 3 boys. I've got one in year 11 now, one in year 7, and one in year 4. So he's only 8 years old. And so the journey that I've been on has been, as most journeys for parents, it's been driven by the children. So my background is I work in cybersecurity, and I've always worked in IT. And I thought I knew all this stuff. But in year 10, so I gave my child a phone, the eldest one, a phone when he joined high school in year 7. At the age of
You can go all over the place. I've not even unlocked
I gave him a phone and it was completely locked down.
to the map.
To calls and messages. That was for year 7. Then in year 8, I allowed him to have WhatsApp. And that stayed for year 8 and 9. And then in year 10, he asked for social media. And I thought, all right,
Scotland.
I can handle this. So I gave him Snapchat with family control.
The police chat.
And it all went wrong. So that's where, we have a very open policy in our house. The phone does not go in the
Istanbul.
bedroom, and we have access to it, full access. And so we would do spot checks.
Jerusalem,
Saw some of the
Egypt.
conversations he was involved in with friends. And it was just like, I was just reading it thinking, who is this person? That's not my child. And, when I spoke to him, he just said, he would say, look, I just kind of just go along with it. Like, it just, like, I didn't intentionally say those things. That's just what everybody else was saying. So I said it too. So that sparked off a lot of concerns. I then looked into monitoring apps and started to use those, and we pulled social media. But then he and this is where my wife, who's a GP, she would say to me, Span, that these things are it's like a drug. And I see patients and I see children who are going through things, and it's very similar to withdrawal symptoms. And that's what happened with him. And he found ways to get around the tool that I had used at the time. And then I found out he was using Snapchat still. And so I actually gave him a 6-month ban. I just pulled the phone for 6 months. And during that time, that's when I came across these organizations such as Smartphone Free Childhood and Delay Smartphones. And I found that I was not I was not a solo parent going through this, or my wife and I were not going through this ourselves. There are many, many parents who are struggling with the same and have the same concerns as us. And so we kept that for 6 months, and you can imagine, Sheila, what that was like with a 15-year-old not having a phone for 6 months, right?
Yeah, well, tell me.
Well, it was, as my wife said, she said, it's like dealing with somebody with withdrawal symptoms. The tantrums, the hot outbursts, all of it. It was quite something to experience and witness. But we stayed the course. As your previous callers have said, look, we're parents. That's our job. We have to steer our children through these difficult moments.
Yeah, but you might need to be helped to do it. I would be.
Correct.
I would need help.
Absolutely, and that's exactly where Smartphone Free Child really came into play, where you realise that there is a group of you out there, and thousands of parents out there who are all going through the same struggles or similar struggles. That's what helped me. So going through that, and at the end of 6 months, I did give him his phone back, but with restrictions. And now and again he will he has a little outburst like, oh, my friends have sent me a TikTok video, I can't watch it, and I'll just say it's nonsense anyway. Just speak to them tomorrow. And that's where we are with him now. With the but what that meant for his 11-year-old who in year 6 had been eagerly awaiting the day he received a shiny phone in his hand, that didn't happen. He got a Nokia, and he will have a basic phone until at least year 10. And that, because I just think having the internet in your pocket is just not needed for a child.
I agree.
And I'm saying this as somebody who's very technically savvy. I can lock things down. If you put the door in a child's pocket, they're going to find a way to unlock the door eventually, somehow. Although it's quite amusing, my eldest turned around to me yesterday and said, can you put that other tracking software on, because I could get around that one.
Really? Well, at least he's honest.
He was very honest. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's what I've always tried. You have to have communication with each other. You can have all the technical controls you want, but you have to have open communication with your children. So I am constantly explaining to them, why am I involved in this? What am I doing? I'll show them presentations that I'm making for the primary school where I chat to the teachers. And in fact, my year 7 school just yesterday released a mobile phone policy, new mobile phone policy, and they have actually gone further than I would have wanted them to. I actually approached them in the summer, and I was going to approach them again now to ask what they had done. And they've basically said no mobile phones from next month on school property.
See, I think there is a growing movement here, isn't there?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. They're not the only school to do that. There are other schools across the UK that have done that, or similar. Now, but what? So not even what we would, some people term it a dumb phone. So a phone without internet connectivity like a Nokia. Not even that. They are saying there is no need for phones on school premises whatsoever. and that's coming into effect from next month. I'm quite interested to see how that pans out. And you know what, I feel for parents, to be honest. I know the caller said before, you know, well, parents have to get technically savvy. I think it's actually on people like myself who are
Back.
already in
I was making myself a cup of coffee.
We have to help each other.
And
A lot of parents have got enough going on. Yeah, sorry.
Are you seeing more parents joining the
Yes,
smart home free childhood?
Absolutely, yeah, they're definitely joining, and parents I speak to, just at school or friends, everybody has actually been thinking the same thing, but nobody knew how to voice it.
Yeah,
and that's where these movements are helping. It's putting a voice to the concerns and actually shaping a strategy. So last week, my wife and I actually met our local MP, and she has written to the Secretary of State for Education about this, and there actually are a number of MPs who are looking at this, and I think with.
Well, listen, it sounds like you're doing fantastic work. Thank you very much, Sir.
Navigation
Best of
resumed.
luck with that movement, Smartphone Free Childhood movement. Sam's texted to say smartphones and social media have created a window to a never-ending feed of unrealistic standards of beauty, wealth, and talent. The human mind has not evolved to process such a volume. I think that's true, and the potential ramifications for today's youth are terrifying. Tim has called from Norwich. I think our last call until I hand over. Before I hand over.
Hello.
Hello, Tim.
Hi, Sheila. How you doing? You all right? Good. So yeah, your last couple of callers have kind of nailed it on the head. Who was your caller before the last one? I forgot the gentleman's name now.
Was it Ayo?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm sure he's still listening. The world, I make big thumbs up. I'm a father of three myself. My eldest is 13, so he's out at secondary school, and his homework is on Microsoft Teams, for example, so he needs access to a laptop or a phone of some sort of thing. And I think you nailed it on the head. He really, as a parent, it's our responsibility to make sure that we know, A, how these tools work, and B, make sure that we're supervising our children, building that trust so that if they are going to use them, we can trust them to use them. So for me, I'm a little bit IT savvy, maybe not as much as some of the callers got on before, but one tool that we have, because my other two kids are slightly younger, they're on iPads, where they're using the home internet, there is a way to actually lock the home internet down so that they can't access anything they shouldn't be. So for example, like adult sites or sites that mean to do your computer harm, like viruses and things like that. I just wanted to let your callers know about, or your listeners know about it, because it's free of charge. It's been around for a long time, and it's super easy. And basically, I don't work for them, it's got nothing to do with me, but it basically means that if my kids are on the internet at home, I can have a little bit of peace of mind to know that they're not looking at anything dodgy, because it basically won't load it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's called 1111 for families. Okay, so that's the number 1111 for families.
Not to be confused by the 111 for healthcare.
Oh no, of course not. Don't be doing that. No.
Quadruple.
That's the one. If you Google it, basically it's free protection for your home internet, and basically if your kids are accessing the internet at home, they can't go onto anything dodgy. So sites with viruses or adult sites and things like that, it completely blocks them out. But going back to your previous calls, you're absolutely right. Things like YouTube, for example, you can lock that all down to make sure they're not viewing things they shouldn't do. On phones, you can set screen time things. So with my eldest, who's got a phone, because he needs it for school, it's very much a case of, it goes off at 7 p.m. As in the phone is physically on, but everything on it is So if he wants to use his phone or something, he has to physically come to me and say,
Yeah, remember there for you. Yeah, look, shit. Look, what is that?
Helpful parents who need to do this, who need to secure their kids' laptops.
Interrupt it!
Before I hand over to Tom Swarbrick, you've got two kids.
Probably if you want to face off. Maybe that can't fucking do. Oh, yes, right?
And we talk about this too, and I definitely come from it from the point of view of a parent of two children.
Oh, it's gone now, so it's a lot, unfortunately.
Turn left. They say, why am I the one who's having to hold back the responsibility? Why is there all of the responsibility?
Probably following the smell.
Then, turn left.
And left. Do it! That's your last, man.
Turn right.
Oh.
Come through a lot how hard it is for some parents. Sort of really got a hard line on it, so I think everybody needs to.
You
go
have
a bit
arrived.
higher, frankly. If you missed any of today's show.
We took a trailer down to Carlisle.
If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, where you can also pause and rewind live radio, as well as listen to a range of podcasts. Download now for free from your app store or head to Global Player.
Taking a load of forklifts down to Carlisle.
Thank you very much indeed. Afternoon all, welcome to the show at 4 o'clock.
I think there will be a smooth evacuation, but it is much better for people to leave while the flight's still going.
700 troops deployed to Cyprus in order to aid the evacuation of British nationals from Lebanon as Israel moves
Start a pharmaceutical empire.
Is a ground invasion imminent? Details in an hour.
Drug dealer simulator 2. First one years ago, one of my series, and I played the demo a couple months ago, and as of today, so check out the game themselves, and be sure to check out that top link. It's actually that was early access. So much to them, and start this empire. Let's go ahead and start a brand new cartel. Start the chat GPT. Oh, these are nice. Crimson Syndicate chat.
Drug Dealer 2 Simulator. Drug Dealer Simulator 2.
I like that. Black Lotus Cartel. Right.
Turn right.
See what they've done. The demo. Access, I think, 2 islands in the demo. So should be interesting, man. I'm ready to take over. Oh, look at this thing. We got the Reva. Sun bombs are on the back. Okay.
Looks good, man.
Start our rags.
That looks like Grand Theft Auto, game like Grand Theft Auto.
Not the setting, dude. We're like the first game, and now we're out here in Central America, South America, something like that. See, one of these islands, we're still gonna have to take over, establish dominance.
At the roundabout, take the third exit.
The third.
has told the UN Russia is planning to carry out strikes on Ukrainian nuclear power plants.
Take the exit.
Alright, here we go, our starting point. Welcome. Sweet.
Energy infrastructure. This is how it is preparing for winter.
The dog. Level open to 3.
Take the exit on the left.
Following weeks of reduced timetables. 11 people have been charged with trying to.
What a spot to make a fortune, huh? Fortune favors the bold. It's 2 or something back here. We're not gonna have to worry about finding. That's just gonna be able to keep on our brand new business. We're just starting a business, man. It's been a business. Flashlight, we can turn off and on if we want. Saving system, everything else. We've got our touring, we've got our quick menu, we've got our journal to see what you want to do. You've got your phone, of course. So first,
What, I have money to start off with? 800 grand? Holy shit.
Got two grand packages, 5 grand package we're gonna take out there.
It's really cool that
800 grams of water.
Drug Dealer Simulator 2. Dooby dooby doo dooby dooby doo. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Sentence, a woman is significantly more likely to commit a further crime than one given a non-custodial sentence, which I have no doubt is true. It is also true of men, though, as well, isn't it? We've been told for ages, for years, that short sentences don't work, that prisons are unsafe, that there are drugs, that rehabilitation doesn't happen. That's not specifically a female prison population problem, is it? That's a prison problem generally. Shabana Mahmood pointed to evidence that about 2/3 of women are imprisoned for non-violent offences and that most, 55% of them, she says, are victims of domestic abuse. She described women's prisons as desperate places that are hurting mothers and breaking homes and forcing women into a life of crime. Now, you'd hope that if someone were a victim of domestic abuse, that the perpetrators of that crime had been or were about to be punished, that they didn't go unpunished. And that being a victim of a crime might be a mitigating factor in sending someone to prison in the first place. But in these cases for these women, it clearly wasn't a mitigating factor. So what is the argument here? If you are a female victim of domestic abuse, you won't go to prison, is that right? There are clearly specific issues around female inmates that definitely are going wrong, but the diagnosis of prisons as poor for rehabilitation, poor for keeping people in a cycle of crime, poor for families, is also true. So, should fewer women be sent to prison? Should fewer men be sent to prison? Should fewer women be sent to prison? Because they're men. 6060974.
Other every name under the fucking sun. But yeah, I'm the only one that seems fair. Not. Seems fair.
to say that violent crime in there anyway.
Complex needs when they're offending addiction issues, they have health problems, and part of the problem is that there aren't sufficient services for them in custody where they should be accessing
In
those
50
treatments
feet,
and getting
turn
diverted
left.
away from custody, and often prison is seen as a place of safety for them. So they end up in custody
Turn
because
left.
there aren't any appropriate services or options for them. And there's a lot of education that needs to take place in the justice system on how women should be appropriately treated and directed.
Michelle Pearson, Chief Executive of the Prison Reform Trust and former Director of Women in Prison Prevention Services.
increasing by about 68% a year in women's prisons, which is far disproportionate to the male estate. In my prison in Eastwood Park, it was 128% increase in 1 year. And in the 12 months this year, between 22 and 23, 4 women lives because they had access to razor blades. And I would argue that we're dehumanised enough to not want to. You know, it's just not giving them access to primary care to be able to advocate for themselves on a basis.
You have arrived.
So they've got 17,000 children a year impacted by maternal imprisonment. Where do they go? Prison at 6 months, from a co-op. They go into care. The care system is hardly well resourced.
Well, they might go to dad.
They could do. They could absolutely. But what if dad's the breadwinner? Does it work? Then what happens?
Well, then dad's got to go and pieces.
And dad isn't on the scene for what I can't comment on that specifically because I don't have children.
Well, I guess the other thing, if you're going to be harsh about this, is don't nick Calpol from Sainsbury's if you're worried about what's going to happen to your children.
Can you just for 1 second imagine what's going on in life that she needs to steal to keep her child pain-free. She's not nicking booze in B&H, is she? Calpol was the most stolen item in Tower Hamlets last year, so this is evidence-based. You know, if women are stealing pain medication for their children, we've got to question why the society and the systems in place, you know, that are far greater than the prison system.
Do you think that when it comes to who goes into prison, whether it's women or men, the future will be that people that committed crime abuse prisons too shouldn't be in prison?
Listen, I would argue there was no victim who wasn't in my case.
Justice was the victim, Scarlett.
I think my barrister said it was a stab at the heart of the criminal justice system, which, okay, I pledge to do. I think it's fine. My sentence is over. I just think, I was in prison for 4 months. Before that, I had a business, I had a home, and when I came out, I was homeless and I had no business, and I had to sign on. I was put super state, and I didn't pay my tax. So everybody who pays tax, and I know it's a big problem for taxpayers when they think their money's being wasted, was that a benefit to wider society that I now have a big debt to HMRC? I had to claim benefits for a period of time while I couldn't work, and I had to rebuild my life from scratch over a 4-month prison sentence. I would argue a financial penalty and a community order would have been still punishment enough for me, but less punitive to the taxpayer.
Very good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for coming on. Scarlett Roberts, who was inside in HMP Eastwood Park in Gloucestershire for perverting the course of justice. 0345 6060973. Should fewer women be sent to prison? Should fewer men be sent to prison? Should fewer women be sent to prison because they're women? Come to your calls after this. 417.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The Arkeys Walk from Stowe Billets Road is blocked in both directions, but in Kimberley Road and Hyam Park because of accident investigation work. It's heavy on the M25 anti-clockwise. It's taking about 10 minutes to queue into the roadworks before junction 10 for the A3 Wisley interchange. It's very slow on the A23 Streatham High Road in both directions around Pinfold Road. That's because of the roadworks where temporary traffic lights are in. On the tube, there are severe delays on the district line between Earls Court and Wimbledon after problems with the signals earlier. There's no service on London Overground between Wandsworth Road and Clapham Junction. That's because a freight train has broken down at Clapham Junction. And also on the train, South Western Railway services aren't moving between Bagshot and Camberley. That's because a tree has fallen on the line.
Weekdays from 7 a.m.
Can't smash the gangs if you're on your knees.
Straight to the point.
How embarrassing is that for your government?
Uncompromising.
They won't be able to afford to heat their homes.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
That can't be correct.
Listen on your radio and global player. LBC.
Hello, I'm Bedroom. Remember me? I used to be your favorite room. The first room you wanted to show off to all your friends. Now I'm a mess, hidden from sight, covered in clothes. But all is not lost. An IKEA wardrobe, lamp and rag would turn this forgotten place back into your favorite space. Create the bedroom you have always dreamed of. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Get that Euro Millions feeling with this Friday's £107 million super jackpot. So super, you've got to dance. So let's dance like never before. On a beach, on your own private island. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on air. Estimated jackpot, subject to currency fluctuations. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Look at that weather. Who knows what it's going to do next? Autumn asks a lot from your clothes, and that's why the new collection at F&F is designed for everything the season can throw at you. From chunky knits to breathable fits, snappy office wear to cozy sofa wear, our collection is designed for the great outdoors and indoors. So go on, check out the F&F Autumn collection at Tesco now. F&F makes fashion sense. Exclusively for Tesco. Available in the majority of larger stores.
EasyJet's Big Orange Sale is now on, with up to 20% off flights from Birmingham. But hurry, these deals won't be around long. Book now at easyjet.com. Get out there. Selected dates, booked by 11 p.m. the 1st of the 10th, 24. Flights one way. T's and C's apply.
A fully grown elephant weighs as much as your...
Mom! You promised I could watch my show.
Oh, but you've got terrible taste. Buy a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, Z Fold 6 or S24 series from a participating retailer, and you can claim a Chromebook Go worth £299. Keep the content rolling with more screens for everyone. Purchase by the 3rd of October. Claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
The Philly cheese stack is back at McDonald's. 2 beef patties, crispy and grilled onions, cheddar cheese, all topped with a melted cheddar cheese sauce. What could be better? How about playing the Monopoly game with a Philly cheese stack too? Yes, please. Until 15th of October from 11 a.m. Participating UK restaurants. Subject to availability. 18 plus. At may be required. See mcdrules.co.uk.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
4:21 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. Here's Mark in Nottingham. Tom, I am sick of it, he seems to say. Women have fought for equality for the last 100 years. Dig down and time again, they don't want equal treatment. They want special treatment, says Mark. Nauseating. I don't know it would be considered special treatment to be able to provide regular access to sanitary products for women who are in prison and experiencing the need for those. I'm not sure that's, oh my God, they're making it, ladies making it all about ladies again. Come on. That's basics. Equally, a pregnant woman going to prison might be able to think that the people who are in part looking after her would also listen to her as and when she says that she is having the baby and not be left alone in a cell to have the baby on her own, which then sadly dies. I'm not sure it's special treatment, that. 0345 6060 973 is the number. Josie's in Sheffield. Josie.
Hi there.
Hi. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I came out of a 23-year coercive, controlling, gaslighting marriage.
Right.
Having then got out of it, I ended up having to go into a refuge because my ex-husband became my stalker. I had personal protection alarms from the police and everything. But then because I had managed to get to a point of no contact, which was the only way to deal with him, he then started dragging me through the civil courts with like frivolous nonsense claims. And by the time that happened, about the 4th time, I couldn't get the judges to understand that he was just trying to have some sort of control and contact. And I lost it in court. I just got really upset. You know, I was still trying to get out of the whole psychological abuse of 23 years kind of a scene. So I lost it in court, and then the judge threw me in jail for 4 months for contempt of court. So I ended up going to Buncefield, and then I went to an open prison. There was lots and lots of bullying and drug taking. You know, I'd never even had like a point on my license in my life. By the time I came out, I was diagnosed with complex PTSD, and I'm still not over it, and he's still a stalker. I managed to sort of through other situations, he ended up going to prison. He got sentenced to 3.5 years last summer. Of course, he's already out now because of all the early release. But you know, I was under Paladin, which is part of the National Stalking Advocacy Agency, and they were sort of helping me. They kept telling me to go to the police and report everything. And then I'd go to the police station and end up in tears because someone would say to me that I was wasting their time. And, you know, I needed to go and sort myself out and I was the problem. I mean, the whole thing was just unbelievable. And the fact that an ex-husband can take a civil case out which ends up putting an abused wife in prison is just outrageous. You know, and the other thing I would say is that it's okay to say, well, you know, domestic abuse, women, you know, if they commit a crime, they shouldn't go to jail. Well, the point is that they're not normally in jail directly because of the domestic abuse. It's because of the person they become within that domestic abuse.
I'm sure.
And the and everything that ends up with them being in such a situation that, you know, all it takes is your ex-husband to have more money than you, drag you into court for civil litigation, and the judge to get annoyed with you.
Josie, it sounds, from what you're saying, obviously, and I guess this would be the case for a lot of people who've been to prison, that you didn't think you should have been sent to prison. And from the story you painted of it, I would agree with you. But obviously, because prisons are is it the case that you say that I shouldn't have gone to prison because I didn't do the thing that warranted prison?
I think it's, for me personally, obviously, it's a case of, well, what should have been there in the first place. But I think in more general aspect, even if you have committed a crime as a female, it's not a crime.
Sorry, man, I did not see you there. Did, but it was at the last site. What is this, sweetheart? Hey, Misty. Yeah? Misty, what's into it? Back here for a sec. She just slides right in there. No problem, no questions asked.
Wanted to say that I have an auntie and she's bipolar, and she was sent to prison for GBH, and she had 2 daughters that got left behind that we had to look after. And it wasn't because she got sent to prison that things were rough for her. Things were already rough for my auntie. And I believe that when people commit crimes, there are issues that are already there.
I don't. Absolutely, you're right. It was a very good point, Marissa. You're right. But those are also taken into account for sentencing. That's why
Navigation resumed.
Apes. But still out the lights on, but as they change, I know. Sake. So I've got plenty of money in this. I just couldn't exchange it into real money. Ah, fuck off. Turn left, you. DB, that's not funny. Put me in that fucking Where did you come from? Coming in, come in. Jesus Christ. Done that. It's just down the road from me. So it is, real life.
Suggesting that they would run a government of service and do it better than the last people. If I were Prime Minister, if I were Keir Starmer's team, I would have said, look, I can totally understand how this looks. This is within the rules at the moment. I did tell you when I stood on the steps of Downing Street I would run government differently and that I will have a look. I will review this situation. I will look into whether I think it's appropriate. I think there are lots of different elements to this story. The football situation and the security does feel like another matter. This latest development, specifically about loaning out someone else's house, the reason why it has to be declared as £20,000 in free donations, it's not like Keir Starmer has actually got £20,000.
No.
His son has just been staying at his house, right, to do his GCSEs. Again, it's slightly different. It's very, very nuanced. But I think the perception of this is one that Downing Street has slightly messed up a bit. I think if they were going to change their position on the dresses, they should have done so earlier. And it does look very odd now to say, and as he was speaking to Nick earlier today, this was wrong to do. I'm not going to do it anymore. But he can't say that it was wrong. He says he's done nothing wrong and he can't say sorry for it.
Natasha, appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor. 03456060973 is the number. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. Coming up after 5,
The time to leave is now. The contingency plans are being ramped up, but don't wait for those. There are still commercial flights. It's very important that they hear my message, which is to leave
Nice to meet you.
Carl, that's Paul Hollywood, the baker.
So, Mr. Hollywood, what rolls have you done before?
I quite like a seeded bat, and I'm partial to a brioche.
Sergey, send them back to LA.
I'm from the Wirral.
Just make it simple. With 2-for-1 cinema tickets every Tuesday or Wednesday when you take out a qualifying product, so compare the market. 1 membership a year, participating cinemas, 2 standard tickets only, cheapest free. T's and C's apply.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
I've just sold my car.
All right.
I got a quote in 30 seconds from We Buy Any Car, drove to my local branch in 13 minutes, and cash is getting sent to my bank.
Oh, nice.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
Morning. Sign here for your parcel, please.
Thanks. Fancy a cuppa?
I'm fine, actually.
Sure. We've just had a gorgeous kitchen fitted. Midnight blue cupboards. An instant boiling water tap. It won't take long.
From first homes to forever homes, Wix create kitchens you can be really proud of. There are options to suit every budget, with kitchens from under £3,000. Use the Wix free design service and our experts will guide you through the choices. Book your kitchen design appointment today. Feel house proud with Wix.
You could be one of the millions of UK drivers who may be owed thousands of pounds in compensation. If you bought a car on finance between 2007 and 2021, you may have been unfairly charged commission payments you didn't know about. My Claim Group can help you check in just a few simple steps. To find out more, text CLAIM to 86688. My Claim Group is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Claims made simple.
Hey, you, with the hands at 10 and 2. Ever felt that nudge that your motor might need a little TLC? When it's time to go under the hood, eBay's got you covered. From mirrors to headlights, find all the right parts by entering your reg. And if it doesn't fit, eBay Assured Fit means you can return it for free.
Navigation received. Turn left.
how do you feel about potentially your mother being imprisoned and not coming back to you? I imagine that many of them would leap,
Navigation resumed.
Sarah, is what is ultimately a discussion about who should go to prison, initially filtered through the prism of women in prison. So there's the Justice Secretary saying I'm creating a new task force to look at women being in prison, and that we're going to try and put fewer women behind bars, that we're going to close some women's prisons because we don't feel that there is a need for them. That is fundamentally a discussion about who goes to prison that should also be applying to men as well, shouldn't it?
It should, but Tom, I mean, if we're being realistic, let's be honest, it's not really, yes, I know we're all human
Navigation resumed.
and everything like that, but if we're really going to make a difference, there does have to be an exception. In this respect, in imprisonment, there is a huge quota between how men and women and the issue of imprisonment. And yes, you can be, because we're talking numbers, the numbers are
yes, I agree, the number of women in prison is far fewer than men.
The types of crime, and that's important. Crime.
We started this call by saying that some should result in
navigation resumed.
Yes.
Make a U-turn.
For women and for
absolutely,
men.
yeah,
Absolutely, for both. For both. Non-violent crime. Should the standard of same crime, but one single man and one single mother of children.
Signal lost. Navigation resumed.
Would I feel that exactly the same level of punishment should apply to both? No.
Well, because one person's a woman and one person's a man.
No, Tom, that's not what I said. Because one is a single man and one has a dependent.
So they aren't the same people. That's the point I'm making. If the dad were a single dad.
Yes. Absolutely. But I think not just by virtue of being female, it is by virtue of having circumstances.
Take the exit.
Dublin now.
Circumstances were exactly the same as the man who came next. It's just he's a man and she's a woman.
Okay.
lost. Navigation resumed.
18 at the time, gave birth to Aisha alone in a Surrey prison cell after officers ignored calls.
Bad here. That you wouldn't normally ever do. Would never do that in real life. The only way I could think of though to get back down to where I need to be. So I'm back in the map again. Yep. Keep left. That doesn't look right. Lying.
The senior coroner for Surrey said Aisha arrived into the world in the most harrowing circumstances, seeking to know whether she was
He just said keep right. Oh, come on. Further damage when descent. How?
Pensioners will die this winter of hypothermia because of this decision. There needs to be honest. Unions with a non-binding vote at Labour conference
Too slow for me. Will be one. The Republic of Ireland here.
riots in Beirut. Get out now. Events in the Middle East are now poised to move quite quickly. In the last 90 years, the Israeli government has sent its activated reserve troops position those to around Hezbollah. Senators will pay for celebrating revenge. Hezbollah is said to have fired rockets and Tel Aviv far further south than previous missiles have been launched. In an attempt to strike at the heart of Israel's operations to weaken the prescribed terrorism. Meanwhile, Israel intensified its airstrikes in the southern Lebanon, with at least 22 killed is estimated, and many others wounded after Israel launched extensive strikes in the southern Lebanon for a third day. The situation is getting more intense and uncontrollable. The perfect moment then to hear from the Prime Minister's meeting with the United Nations, the Security Conference this month.
This council must demand, again, an immediate full and complete ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages. We need a political route to that agreement, which provides a bridge to a better future, a credible and irreversible path towards a viable Palestinian state, alongside a safe and secure state of Israel. That is the to provide justice for both Israelis and Palestinians. Back in June, the UK brought a resolution to this council on the war in Sudan, calling for both parties to commit to a ceasefire. I repeat that call today. The warring parties must engage in ceasefire talks. We support the Secretary General's envoy in his efforts towards peace. We must keep working to bring this war to an end, and we must ensure that those responsible for committing atrocities are held accountable.
Keir Starmer speaking in New York at the UN Security Council. The United Nations says that
Turn
over
left.
90,000 Lebanese people have been displaced. From the south of the country, around 60,000 Israelis have been displaced from their homes.
Keep right. There.
Clearly,
Keep left.
the drumbeat is that a ground invasion is in the offing. Would that be justifiable? Lord Kim Downing is a former British ambassador to the United States and former National Security Advisor. Thank you for coming on, Kim. The
Keep
Israeli
left.
war machine has
Then
turned, hasn't
turn
it?
right.
It's moving north, it seems.
Turn right.
The next stage is the ground invasion. And there have been a lot of airstrikes on Lebanon, which look like preparation for that. So there's this escalation of the situation moving.
You have been to the British government as has been rocky. To what extent has this always been?
It's an interesting question. This will be the third time that Israel has, if it happens, has launched ground forces into southern Lebanon to try and to eliminate Hezbollah, to defeat it. In the past, it happened in the 80s, happened in 2006. It has always
Continue
failed.
straight.
I mean, they have done a lot of damage. They have killed quite a lot of Hezbollah people. Sadly, quite a lot of Lebanese civilians as well. But they have never eradicated Hezbollah. And some of us would say it's the same as their attempts to eradicate and to defeat Hamas in Gaza. Damage, their ability to strike going to achieve your objective. It's the big relation by those organizations. Only diplomacy and politics will do that.
So the politics is going to have to change though, because at the moment the politics seems to be very, certainly in Israel, very focused on fighting.
Yeah, I mean, let's be no doubt. There will be divided.
GPS signal lost. Navigation resumed.
Previous programs. Netanyahu, it suits both his political coalition, which is dominated by hard-right parties, and his own personal position, both to maintain the ground operation in Gaza, and ultimately to see if he can deliver a really heavy blow to Hezbollah another, because they've had to evacuate parts of Israel because of Hezbollah. Rocket attacks, and he can claim legitimately, he will claim that this is all self-defense, and Israel cannot tolerate it.
To an extent.
Yeah, to an extent.
They are acting in self-defense. You know, there have been hundreds of missiles, which have been for God knows how many years, including missiles towards Tel Aviv.
Yeah, and it happens, as you say, happens regularly, and usually what the Israelis do is retaliate in a rather limited and specific way, and then it quiets down until the next rocket attacks come. But this is clearly an attempt to go further, and I think it's time because they're already involved in Gaza, so I mean it's a question of whether it's sensible to open up a second front. But since the military is already active in Gaza, maybe they assess this as the moment, apart from reasons why it works for Netanyahu. This is the moment to go for it.
What's the potential other strategic aim? If Netanyahu knows in the back of his mind that he can't rid Lebanon of Hezbollah, they tried to do it twice, it didn't work. What else could be the strategic aim of creating a buffer zone between Lebanon and Israel that would make it harder for Hezbollah to fire rockets, perhaps?
Maybe, but that's a really big ask because there are hundreds of kilometers of tunnels in that area, and as I say, not just defeating the Hezbollah troops that you can see, but as it were, eliminating those tunnels, blowing them up, and capturing and destroying Hezbollah rocket supplies. I mean, all of that is an awful lot to ask. The other thing, of course, is they would hope that by doing this, they're delivering a really heavy blow to Iran, who are Hezbollah's backers, and making Iran think whether actually this game that they have been playing, supporting Hezbollah, is really worth all the investment. But again, I'm
Navigation
afraid
resumed.
to be pessimistic about this, to be realistic. It's never worked in the past, and there isn't so much to work this time.
Do you think the British government should support Israel in any ground offensive?
I think from what we've just heard, what the Prime Minister is saying, what we're saying to the Israelis now is very strongly, we don't think you should do this. But if it happens, and the Israelis will say that they're doing it in self-defense after all the rocket attacks, I suspect that it will be difficult for the British government to say that they are strongly opposed to it because of the legal complications of what has happened. And I mean, I think we will end up calling for
Navigation resumed.
to cease and for a solution to be found. But I think that the criticism
It's on the government because we have long-standing support of Israel's the creation of the state of Israel, the right to self-defense.
Keep right. Turn right.
Got a GTA driving there.
Turn right.
this damage, casualties to Lebanon's civil population, and it's not going to and even
It's popping in here.
stop their ability to pursue further rocket attacks for a while, they will restart.
You, I assume, that many times have been in
Continue straight.
Is this a man that you think goes out of his way to scupper peace deals and treaties to end fighting and take it through diplomatic or
believes that the sort of policies he's following in Gaza and in Lebanon are the right way to go forward and to best protect the Israeli people. Now, saying that, I say it also suits his own personal position and
Navigation resumed.
it shores up his coalition because parties in his coalition support all of this. I think it's myself profoundly wrong. I think it's damaging to Israel's longer-term security interests. But he will argue, he will believe in his own mind, this is all about Israel as Mr. Security in Israel.
Great to have you on the programme. Thanks for being there. Lord Kim Darrett, former British Ambassador to the United States, former British National Security Advisor as well. You heard the Prime Minister speaking in New York in the last few moments ago.
Navigation resumed.
Council as the United Nations General Assembly gets underway. There is no military solution in the Middle East, the Prime Minister has said, as Israeli troops are positioned on standby at the border. The General says we're creating these airstrikes, we're hitting hitting these targets in preparation for your boots to possibly go on that.
GPS signal lost. Navigation resumed.
Israel in that effort. 03456060973.
Continue straight.
Friends, family in Lebanon, Brits who are being told to leave. How difficult, how easy is that? Tom's what we hear. It's 5:15. News headlines.
The IDF has targets troops strikes on ground invasion. The union train operators at Network Rail ending 2 years
In
of
50 feet,
industrial action.
turn right.
And Labour delegates have formally rejected the government's plans to scrap most winter fuel payments. LBC weather, band of rain moving northwards
Turn
into
right.
central areas tonight. Showers for the south and northern Scotland, a low of -1.
There's one lane closed onto junction 16 for the M40 because the lorry is having a tyre changed. On the M1 northbound, it's also slow. A car's broken down.
GPS signal lost.
So there's one lane
Navigation
closed. There were long
resumed.
delays in Greenwich to the Blackwall Tunnel northbound after an investigation earlier, so all lanes are back open now, but there are still queues from the Sun in the Sands roundabout. It's very slow on the A23, Streatham High Road in both directions around Pinfold. The queues from Walthamstow, Bennett Road is blocked in both directions, but in Kimberley Road and Hyam Park, that's because of accident investigation work. And on the train, South Western Railway have no service between directions in Kimberley. After the train on the line.
I've never trusted.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Your new boiler's fitted and good to go.
Need a trusted boiler installer? Buy yours from British Gas. And you can count on our whipped accredited traders to install it stress-free.
At the roundabout,
Plus, get
take
up
the
to 3
second
years
exit.
interest-free
The
credit.
wheels.
Search British Gas new boiler to find out more. British Gas acts as a credit broker, not a lender. Availability.
Take the exit.
Prospectus and credit checks.
6060973 LBC.
Hello, passengers. The following safety announcement. Please store your luggage safely in your private cabin during the flight. You can sit any seat at any time with no need to fasten your seatbelt. Discover our range of dining options and bars before entering into the jet with an unlimited supply of fresh air. Thank you for
Up here and at 7:30 in the morning outside your house.
Jamal's just reversed into another. How's he going to deal with this awkward situation? Thankfully, Aviva can help solve this car insurance conundrum. If you've had an accident, we'll talk to everyone else involved, so you won't have to, Jamal. Helping solve your car insurance puzzle, it takes Aviva. Get a quote today.
And through business, we understand the importance of making savings. With our multi-sim plans, the more sims you buy, the more you'll save. Get up to 15 sims for as little as £7.50 each. You're not taxes so business
Unlimited UK. £7.50 per sim when you write into 15 cents on a £21 X 20% VAT. Annual price rises on maintenance plan. And it's over for 4 time apprenticeships to over 400 cents per year. She's now a trainee engineer, and the buzz of lights is the best thing. Because it's a reminder of how much she's achieved. In 2 years, she's gone from a as a career to one as a mechanical engineer. And you know recognize that. I want to make sure it's not secret. It's also more committed to training and course eligibility applies as service and apprenticeships to work.
LBC.
5:19 the time. Here's Andy on WhatsApp. Tom, we helped the Iraqis defeat ISIS. We should help Israel defeat Hezbollah. I don't see the difference. Western governments are too concerned about displeasing lefties and Islam.
Idiot, the fucking coach doing. For sake.
Obviously, from the Iranians, who Netanyahu is about as serious as it gets. Abdul's in the foot. Hi, Abdul.
Hi, Tom. I think it's a massive mistake.
Take the exit.
into the masses out there as well. Obviously, what comes from the top? I mean, the state-controlled media.
Want to be very clear that in describing
move.
Yes, he's a former national security advisor.
My shit. Well, this is tight. Oh my god, now I can't move. Oh, no, let me reverse it.
So are they really?
I hope no traffic comes down that fucking road.
No one out there is really celebrating. Read the headline. Someone has absolutely
Damage to what?
Well,
Right, let's see if I can get this in here.
Significantly, I know most people in the world that I live in don't really care either. But to be honest, a lot of money.
Oh, this is so tight.
Other money. Is there an opportunity to make money in a specific area? Invest in a certain shopping centre, is or isn't growing faster than Canada?
Fuck.
Still beats the Germans. Yes, it's top sort on LBC coming out.
Years, the prevalence of my becoming more short.
Cattle grid here.
Are now short-sighted and fix the script. Mr. Blaine.
Oh, you go round here.
After 5:31 news headlines with immediate Cox.
The head of the Israeli army has told troops its latest strikes on Lebanon show a possible ground invasion. It says more than 90,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon since the start of the war. Volodymyr Zelensky has told the General Assembly that Putin is planning attacks on power plants in Ukraine, which could lead to nuclear disaster. Keir Starmer has just delivered his first address as Prime Minister. And train strikes have caused huge disruption to commuters for more than 2 years. LBC weather
This morning, breakfast for Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. Thank you for your time. I wonder if I can take you to global affairs and take you to the issue of the Middle East. I wonder if you could respond to what Prime Minister Netanyahu said last week, that the action you took over the restriction of some arms sales was, quotes, misguided and undermined Israel. Have you spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu about that? How have you responded?
I should expect they're an important ally, and I have respected and supported
about this.
Man, that was tight to get up there.
with international law and our own domestic law. And I've always been clear, I support Israel's right to self-defense.
Nick Ferrari. Tomorrow morning.
Where odds move faster than polls. Play responsibly.
We made it. We're here.
Right now, in communities
You have arrived.
Oh, what? Need to reverse it.
This charities make some noise, funds vital projects, offers assistance to those who need it most, including those who give young carers support and counselling. You can help change lives across the UK. Donate to Global's Make Some Noise and help people like Flo. Proudly supported by Furniture Village.
Who knows what it's going to do next? Autumn costs a lot from your clothes, and that's why the new collection of F&F is designed for everything this season can offer. From trendy knits to breathable fits, snappy office wear to cozy social wear, our collection is designed for great outdoors and indoors. So go on, check out the F&F Autumn collection at Tesco now. F&F makes fashion sense. Exclusively for Tesco, available in the majority of larger stores.
EasyJet's Big Orange Sale is now on, with up to 20% off flights from Birmingham. These deals won't be around long. Book now at easyjet.com. Get out there. Select flights booked by 11 p.m. the Thursday, 10th, 24. Flights one way. T's and C's apply.
Euro Millions feeling with this Friday's £107 million super jackpot. So super, you've got to dance. So let's dance like never before. On your own private island. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on air. Estimated jackpot.
Damn, I'm late. Shit.
Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
The Philly cheese stack is back at McDonald's. 2 beef patties, crispy and grilled onions, cheddar cheese, all topped with a melted cheddar cheese sauce. What could be better? How
No
about
jobs
playing
from
a
here.
game with a Philly cheese stack too?
Well, they weren't happy with delivery.
Until 15th of October from 11 a.m.
I think I was late.
Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
5:35 the time.
No, no jobs.
Sightedness in children in a few moments time. Jessica. News that's just coming via the Daily Mirror.
Meh. Some prisoners were mistakenly released from jail early. What the fuck? They've not yet been returned. What a fucking disaster. Welcome to the fucking circus. Oh fuck, look, there's a fucking chemtrail in the fucking sky here. They'll be taked. Don't have a trailer on anymore, so it's not so much a problem.
That was later replaced by the Sentencing Act. This has meant the prison record cited the incorrect offence and therefore did not get flagged up when people were excluded from the early release scheme. So you're going to have, in fact, what that is, I think, suggesting is that there might be people who are released from prison who are involved in domestic abuse or in stalking or in some form of harassment, 5 of whom can't be found. Fascinating. Much more to come on that, I'd have thought. Jess is in Brockport, the situation in the Middle East. Hi, Jess. Friends and family there in Lebanon, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, so my wife is Syrian. I've spent a lot of time in Lebanon over the years. I was married in Lebanon. I lived in Lebanon for a short period of time in Bamana.
It's just, well, I don't have a trailer on.
Points I want to make, we'll try and keep it brief. First, I would like to say that Israel are lying. This war is not against Hezbollah, it is against Lebanon. It is already against Lebanon. Some of the areas that they're attacking...
Right guys, I think that'll do for this session of Euro Truck Simulator.
These are Christian areas.
If you jumped in to watch, it's much appreciated. If you subscribed, thank you very much. Also, much appreciated. To speak to you in future streams. I'll probably be back on later, so we'll. Anyway, internet, till next time.